Order a meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, June 9th at 6 p.m. We have one member absent tonight, Miranda Dupre, and Ashley Andries is not here at present, but we think she's going to be joining us shortly. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead it tonight. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Hey, Ashley, we started, as you know. Okay, so the first order of business is to open as the local liquor control board and to address some renewals. And I know that we're going to do them as a block as we usually do, but we are going to separate out the co-op because Mike let me know that since he's an employee of that organization, he's going to recuse himself from that vote, right?
Yes, I recuse myself.
Okay. Okay, so that's how we'll do it. We'll do 7 together and then 1 on its own.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mary.
All right. So I move that the Select Board approve the following renewal applications. First one, Maple Street Catering, LLC, doing business as Big Fatty's Barbecue, 186 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first-class, third-class, and outside consumption license. Second, it's the renewal application of Fontinalis, LLC, DBA, doing business as Fontinalis, 27 North Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a second-class license. Renewal application of Northern Hospitality, doing business as Hotel Coolidge, 3950 Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first-class, third-class license. The renewal application of KB Ventures Incorporated, doing business as Jake's Market and Deli, 1477 Maple Street, Hartford, Vermont, 05047, set for a second-class tobacco license, tobacco endorsement. And the renewal application of Little Istanbul, doing business as Little Istanbul, 27 North Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a second-class license. And the renewal application of Wolftree Hospitality, LLC, doing business as Wolftree, 40 Currier Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a first-class, third-class, and outside consumption.
I'll second.
What about Jiffy Mart?
One more. There's
You want me to do that, okay, as a separate, I thought.
Oh, so the number 6 will be separate.
Oh, that's
but
okay.
number 8 can continue, can be
Okay,
part of
great,
this one. Yes.
okay. So, and also the renewal application of Global Montello Group Corporation, doing business as Jiffy Mart, number 439, 6800 Woodstock Road, Quechee, Vermont, 05059, for a second-class tobacco license and tobacco endorsement.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Now I'll second.
Okay, a second from Ashley. Any discussion about any of these renewals or applicants who want to speak on them in any way? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstain? We have 6 in favor and 1 absent. Great.
And I'll go ahead and do the last one if
Okay,
you'd like.
thank you.
Okay, so I move that the Select Board renew the application of Hanover Consumer Cooperative Society Incorporated, doing business as White River Junction Co-op, 209 Maple Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, for a second-class license.
Second. A second from Ashley. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstain? And we know Mike is a recusal for this one, John.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. We have no business for the local control board. Order of agenda, any?
No need to discuss that, other than just to make it clear to everybody that the original agenda was posted with a discussion of town hall HVAC, and decision was made to pull that and move it to the June 23rd meeting.
Right, so that, on the previous agenda, that was item 5, F, and there's a new agenda online that has that removed, because we'll be discussing that at our next meeting. I'll just note quickly too, just to all the folks who are here for committee interviews, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate your time and coming out tonight. And we may have some folks online as well. We just have a few more items to get through on our agenda, and then we'll be doing the interviews hopefully in the next 15 or 20 minutes. We'll start that part. So thanks for your patience and thanks for being here. Okay. Eric?
Thank you. We're still on order of agenda, correct?
Correct.
With the town manager search, is that discussion limited to scheduling?
Correct. Okay. Okay, ready to move on? Okay. Now we'll have public comment. There's space for the public to comment. If anyone in the room would like to make a comment on something that is not already on the agenda, you're welcome to come up to the microphone or raise your hand if you are joining from Zoom. Not seeing any comments in the room. I'm not seeing any hands online. Okay, then we can move on to select board comments. Does anyone have a comment tonight that they'd like to start us off with this evening? Yes, Mary.
This is not an ad, but this is an announcement, I believe it was on the listserv. But our representative Esme Cole and our Windsor senators will be at the Wilder Club and Library on the 20th of June, which is a Saturday morning from 10 until 11:30 to give you some feedback about how the legislature, legislative session ended. And those of you who may know Esme, that she is stepping down from her representative position, so you can also say thank you and good luck to her.
What date did you say that was, Mary?
June 20th, Wilder Club and Library, 10 to 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that to our attention. Just go this way. Eric, do you have anything tonight?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback back on the June 20th legislative recap that Mary just shared with us, that same day in the afternoon, we have the Juneteenth celebration, which is here at Lyman Point Park, adjacent to Town Hall. So plenty to do that day, and hope folks come out and enjoy the celebration that afternoon. One other thing I did want to comment on is that it's been on my mind and I'm part of conversation with residents recently to improve our process for letting people know when their emails have been received and acknowledged and responded to if needed. I think this is something we've had some side conversations about, but haven't, and I don't have a really clear answer on the best approach to this, but I think right now, what I'd like to try, and I know we're starting to try this, but if people respond to a resident's email, this is for select board members, CC me, and that will just help me keep tabs on who has been responded to. If you're not comfortable CCing me, you can always just say, I responded to this person. If you don't want to share your response with me in the moment, that is totally fine as well. If that gets overwhelming for me, then we'll revisit this, but I think as a starting point, if we could try to be consistent so I just can be, have a sense of when emails have been responded to. Again, to residents, acknowledgement that we do get quite a few emails and we all have busy jobs and lives, so we may not respond to every email, but I know that as a board, many of us do respond to emails, and sometimes we just don't always know who's replied and who's received a reply and who hasn't, especially when there are specific questions and concerns that board members may weigh in on. And I know John also appreciation to John, because I know you do an excellent job at responding to residents pretty consistently as well, so.
Sometimes there's a challenge identifying questions versus comments, but I do my best if I feel that there's a question that we can respond to.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's helpful feedback for residents too, that if you have a clear question, try to make it as clear as possible, because John's very good at, identifying questions and giving answers, or reaching out to staff and connecting folks with the answer that they need if he doesn't have it himself. Okay, and then sometimes the input is just sort of input that we kind of receive and take into account in a more kind of gestalt, big picture way. And so know that your concerns are being heard, even if there's not a specific question involved. Okay, I'll stop there. Tim, anything that you would like to share about these?
I'll just piggyback briefly on what you just said, because I thought it was very well said. What I picked up on is that the reality as a community, we have a lot of kind of common themes and challenges that we're facing, right? And I think that, again, people, I'm not saying they're beating a dead horse, but sometimes, you get email after email about the same topic, pick something like police effectiveness or, the poverty issues. I mean, we have some significant key issues in our community that we're aware of, and we know we need to get our head around and come up with some good solutions or ideas and so on. So, and I'm not in any way discounting people emailing, and I appreciate the feedback, but I think that also, like, to the extent that, and I try to do this in my own life, like, assume the good, like, assume that the people in the community who are serving in our town, they're doing their best work, they're working hard. So it's like, if to the extent people can think about their emails before they write them and not necessarily make them accusatory or saying you're not doing your job, or whatever the theme is, that it's a little more like a little bit of a step back to say, yeah, we definitely have some challenges and things that we need to address, but it's like coming at it with a tone that hopefully is supportive in the spirit of the community at large. So that's all. Thank you.
Ashley? No comments tonight. Okay, anything, Mike?
No comments.
Okay, great. We will move on. We have no committee appointments tonight, besides the special committees that we're going to be discussing later. So we'll go to the town manager report.
Yes, and I'll keep it brief. First of all, I wanted to note that the town has received a good number of applications for the HR Director Executive Assistant position, and interviews are ongoing. Today, I received official word from the Director of Planning and Development, Lori Hirschfield, that after 3 decades of service, she will be retiring toward the end of August. So we appreciate her robust notice in terms of giving us an opportunity to recruit and find a successor, never a replacement, but a successor with whom Lori can have a good, robust transition. So thank you to Lori for all of her service. I wanted to point out that Juneteenth is a holiday, so Friday, June 19th, town offices will be closed in observance of the Juneteenth holiday. More proximate is my own out-of-office announcement. I'll be out of the office Friday, June 12th. Now, I do gather that Rethink Local, our town manager search consultant, wishes to hear from the select board on their availability for candidate interviews. Is this a good time to have your discussion with the board?
Yes. So I'll just preface this by saying that this is not going to be a discussion since it's not on our agenda tonight, but I will just give a little bit of information about this request because I spoke with Alex today. Essentially, we need to schedule 2 blocks of time in order to move forward with the current timeline. And Alex provided information, he sent to Eric to myself, like a rationale for structuring this round of the 3rd round of interviews in the way that he's proposing. If people have feedback, and I know there has been some interest in, providing feedback about how those 3rd round of interviews are set up, given that would require, you know, a significant shift in timeline, my recommendation is if you have feedback about the process after reading the information that I'm gonna forward to you all that Alex wrote out in a document, then reach out to Alex and Tim and or Miranda as the delegates from the committee, and ideally have a conversation with Alex for sure, but you know, ideally including Tim or Miranda in that conversation, because there is some flexibility in how the structure looks if we stay in the time constraints that he's advocating for. So board members can have input on the structure of these third round interviews within the timing that he is laying out. If your concerns aren't satisfied in a conversation at that level with Alex and Tim or Miranda, then let me know. And then we can, and if you feel strongly about this needing to be a discussion with the whole board, then we will figure out a way to make that happen, but with the, you know, understanding that that would have implications for adjusting our timeline, which may have implications for the cost of Alex's services and, you know, the amount of overlap or need for an interim town manager and things of that nature. So I think from my conversation with Alex, I think it's a good, I think it's a solid approach, and he has a solid rationale for going the way that he did, and he really underscored that it's not rushed from his opinion to do it the way that he's suggesting. Okay, does that make sense, everybody? Yes.
I just want to make sure that I've got this right. You're going to be sending us information on the structure of the third round interviews. If we have some feedback, we're to send the feedback to Tim and Miranda and CC Alex?
Yes.
Okay.
Include Alex, yes. Great.
And and I was just gonna clarify, and that right now, we're gonna go ahead and block
Yes.
out time
Yes.
for that.
So because,
third
yeah, we
round.
basically need to do that tonight, because it's the only time that we're together, and it would be harder to do it over email, I think. So we can have that at least blocked out, so if we are proceeding as recommended, then we'll have that time. Tim, does that make sense to you?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I mean, and, you know, people don't always think about this side of it, if you will, but, you know, candidates that are applying for positions, they want a fair but also an efficient process as well. So to the extent that, you know, we can design something that is appropriate and we feel like it's well vetted and works, but also being sensitive to the fact that, you know, many suitable candidates are waiting for, you know, the process to move along. So that's all.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go to the logistics. So the request, as I did put in an email just before this meeting, is for us to block out a 6 to 7 hour block on either Tuesday, June 30th or Wednesday, July 1st. And I recognize this is a work day, and so I know people will be needing to take leave for this, so thank you for your willingness to do that. It turns out it's a job requirement for this select board at this moment in time. Because we do need to do interviews that are at least, you know, a couple hours with 3 different finalist candidates. He did say that they can start as early as 7 a.m. and that candidates in fact might prefer that given time slots that he's been offering to people. But I think it's up to us. So maybe we'll start with the day first. Miranda told me that either works for her. So do people have a day that they can't do between the 30th and July 1st?
It's a Tuesday and a Wednesday,
A Tuesday
correct?
and a Wednesday, yeah. And this would be again for 6 or 7 hours.
I prefer the Tuesday.
You preferred the 30th? Okay,
Yeah, I've actually got something on the 1st.
okay,
I don't know if I can move it, but
okay. So preference for the 30th, Eric?
Can do either.
Can do either. Tim?
Either.
Either.
Preference for the 30th.
Okay, so let's go with the 30th, and now let's talk about when we wanna start.
Is it conceivable that you could do a 3 and a 3 hour block? That is, you know, we don't know arguably how the candidates will shake out, but I mean, is he opposed to the idea of like
Each one is gonna be about 2 to 2.5 hours, so we'll probably do like 2 and then maybe a break and then the third one. I'm sure we'll have a little bit of break time in there. We won't just be like at a desk for 7
Yeah.
hours. But I think we should plan to just all be together for that stretch of time, 6
Yeah.
or 7 hours,
as
and not
opposed to
like go
like
to
2
work and then come.
blocks? Yeah.
I think so. I think
Okay.
that would be tricky I think it would be, the simplest in my mind would just to be, if we can carve out
Knock it
a
out.
stretch of
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Preferably, the earliest for me would be 8:30, so I could get my kids away from the process, because it's very distracting.
Yeah.
But if it worked to start at like 8, I can probably make an accommodation.
Yeah, and I assume we'll all be in person here.
Oh, and it will be.
I don't know
Okay.
if that, I mean, yeah,
That's nice. That was actually another question of mine.
okay, yeah, if that works for everybody, I think we should, I mean, I think the candidates are gonna be in person, so we should.
If we
Oh,
do Zoom, I'll
perfect.
be very sad.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
be in person.
Yeah,
So does
so
that
I-
affect your timing, or?
No, middle school's right on the way here,
Okay.
so yeah, I could be
But
here.
still
at
8:30 or 8?
8 would be, I say
Eight?
would be the earliest,
Okay.
yeah.
Are others okay with starting at 8? Okay, so we could go to 8, from 8 to 2 or 3? Okay, all right, let's plan on that. And then the next request is for 2 hours, and this will be the deliberation session the following day, after we've interviewed all 3. So that also, I think, could be any time. It could potentially be the evening, if that's people's preference, I think, because it's just us. Yeah. So,
Yeah, probably
Evening sounds
probably
nicer to
sounds-
me.
okay.
I'd do like a 6 to 8 session or whatever that looks like.
I'm sorry, you said that would be the following day, so the
Following day, so it would be
first.
July 1st, yeah.
Yeah, evening would definitely be better for me.
Okay. Can people do 6 p.m. on the 1st? Okay. Alright, wow, that
That was almost too easy.
relatively painless, yeah. Okay.
Did, I'm sorry, were you finished with this portion of the discussion?
Yes, I think
I was gonna
that's
ask
it.
Eric if he needed to talk about lunch or anything for the
Oh,
town
lunch
manager.
for the town manager.
So if you want.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so we had emailed, was generous to email and wrangle schedules for a lunch to celebrate John's retirement and thank him for his service. The date that worked for everybody was June 25th, but then I realized that actually doesn't work for me, so I'm the problem. And Eric tried to fix the problem, but it couldn't. So, I don't exactly remember what the question was. Oh, if people want to try to do like a breakfast a different day. I don't know if it's worth it. Honestly, John, maybe we can just have a lunch together and
perfectly
we can
fine with
celebrate
me,
one-on-one. And then the
perfectly
rest of
fine.
you guys can have the lunch on the 25th. I'm fine with that. I don't know if we need to, belabor it, but I would love to spend some time with you as you depart, and I'm sure we can schedule a coffee or
Sure.
lunch.
Happy to do that.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Eric, if we just go with that?
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody else?
good.
Okay.
So we are locked in for June 25th.
25th. Awesome, okay.
And if I could just finish up the town manager's
Sure, yes,
report
yes.
with a couple of highlights. Excuse me. Just had a couple of other things to mention. In the assessor's office, the abstract of the April 1st, 2026 grand list has been filed with the town clerk on June 1st for inspection by taxpayers. Value change notices have been mailed to property owners only for properties, that is, whose values have changed. Grievance hearings are scheduled for June 6th through the 18th. That's all in preparation for a final grand list, which will help the select board set tax rates based on our approved budget.
Brief question, so do we have a sense of the grievances that have emerged?
I don't, no, sorry. We can keep you posted. Parks and Rec notes that the agreement for the use of Maxfield by the Nighthawks Baseball Foundation was finalized and signed. The organization had needed to provide proof of good standing with the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation as listed and as a nonprofit with the Vermont Secretary of State's office. That has been accomplished. Scoreboards from the high school gym were donated to the Parks and Rec Department. They're having them installed at OQS and DBS for our youth basketball programs. Public Works notes that we received notification from the state of Vermont Solid Waste Management Program that our construction and demolition debris variance permit amendment for the town's landfill has been posted on the Environmental Notification Board for a 30-day comment period. We expect to have final comment by July 2nd, and we'll be moving forward with the request for proposals for the disposal to stay within the current timelines established. Planning and permitting notes that, from DPW notes that They have signed the contracts with the consultant who will be inspecting the hazardous waste facility and providing a scope to meet all current building and other permit requirements. They have drafted a memorandum to establish the relationship between the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste Management District and the town of Hartford for GUVSWMD to run the HHW collection facility when it is completed. DPW also notes that they've received the updated bridge assessment from the consultant, Stantec, I believe, and we'll be working with the updated information and provide a summary to the board at an upcoming meeting. This, of course, was an ARPA-funded project. With regard to the solid waste and transfer station, they've noted that they're onboarding a new employee, Sean Parker. It's been great to have a second person back at the transfer station to help do the many tasks needing more personnel. Fire Department congratulates Jason Zora, our former deputy chief, on his retirement. Deputy Chief Zora joined Hartford Fire in 2019 following a distinguished career with Buffalo, New York's Fire Department. We thank him for his dedicated service to the community and wish him the very best in retirement. They have welcomed over at HFD Nick Potwin, who's joined the department as a part-time call firefighter. Pleased to have him on board, looking forward to his contributions. Congratulations to Simon Smith, our new probationary full-time firefighter. Simon comes to us from Chelsea, Vermont's Fire Department. The department is actively recruiting for full-time firefighter vacancies as well as a deputy fire marshal position. The application for both openings is Friday, June 12th. This is a reminder about burning in town. Open burning requires a burn permit available on the town's website. Authorization to burn is determined daily based on conditions, and prior to burning, residents must contact the fire department, 802-295-3232, for approval each day. Chief Kelly notes for HPD that she and Lieutenant Fernari met with Garnet Consulting about the department's work toward becoming a public safety enhancement team, or PSET town, and Division of Outreach continues to participate at the situation table. That's it for me.
Great.
John?
Any further questions for John about the report?
Just a quick question, that PSET designation, do you have any sense that that has benefits in the sense of like access to grants, or like, is there other?
I think it is a feather in the cap of any town who has been accepted into that program. We were kind of disappointed that we either didn't know about the opportunity or it wasn't a high enough priority by HPD, but under new HPD leadership, they have lobbied hard for us to be involved in PSET, and they're very pleased that the process is moving forward. Does that sound right, Eric, to you?
Yeah, and I think, I would just add that I think it's sort of it's at the state level building best practices and then working with municipalities to implement them. So we benefit not only potentially financially, but from things that have worked elsewhere. So yeah, it's definitely something they want to do and hopefully can be leveraged.
Okay, great. We will go on to our next agenda item, which is related to interviews for the Opioid Settlement Funds Grant Selection Committee. And as context for this agenda item, the town's currently seeking proposals for programs that prevent opioid misuse, reduce overdose deaths, expand treatment access, and support recovery. And we have funds from a settlement fund that was distributed to states and municipalities. So for the purpose of, forming a committee to help us make decisions about how to best allocate those funds, we asked for people to apply to be part of a grant selection committee. And we got several applicants for this committee. I know there's another committee who's also here. If you're interested in the Twin Pines committee, you're still in the right place. We're gonna be doing that next. But first we're talking about the committee that's related to the grant selection for the opioid funds. So I will read down the list of applicants that I have here. If you're present, just please come up to the microphone and introduce yourself, and then I'll just ask the 2 questions that you got ahead of time, and we'll set a timer, and you'll have 3 minutes to answer both questions. So just give a brief, recap or summary of how you would respond to those questions, and then we're going to then talk about the Twin Pines Committee, and then we'll go into a private session and talk about candidates for both committees, and then we'll have probably some additional information when you come out. You do not need to stay. We'll definitely contact you to let you know the outcome of our decision by the end of tomorrow.
Just a brief question, if it's appropriate. Are you able to share with us the number of applicants and the number of positions available?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean it's in the agenda memo.
Yeah.
So for this first for the first committee, the opioid settlement funds grant selection committee, we were looking for 3 affected community members, meaning lived experience with substance use disorder or supporting a loved one with those disorders, or and 3 public health professionals. And we have a total of 5 applicants.
Yeah.
So, and many have experience in both those realms. So I think it's something that we'll
Okay.
discuss in the private session.
Yeah.
How we want to move forward. If we want, I think we could just, choose to adjust the size of the committee, if that seems appropriate, or an alternate path forward that we can discuss afterwards. Okay. Any other questions before we start from the board? Yeah. Sorry. In order to ask a question, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the mic, because we need, we need folks online to be able to hear you. And if you just introduce yourself and say what town you're from.
Hello, I'm Caitlin Sabins, and I'm from Heartland, Vermont, but I work here in White River Junction. Can I use notes when I
Oh, of
answer the
course.
questions?
Yes, absolutely. And you actually are the first person on my list. So if you want to stay standing, that'd be great. Yeah, of course, you're welcome to use notes or anything.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you so much, Caitlin, for coming and for submitting an application. Mike, do you have the timer ready? 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just get started, and I'll just ask you to tell us about any past experiences that you may have had that make you feel prepared to review grant proposals.
So I bring a combination of lived experience and direct clinical exposure and community behavioral health, which has given me a well-rounded understanding of substance use disorder and the barriers the grant aims to address. My personal experience with opioid use disorder began when I was 20 and I was using opioids, Oxycontin, Percocet, when they were overly prescribed. That's how my addiction started. But I learned in school about heroin, cocaine, so I knew not to do those drugs, but there was no education about opiates. In my recovery, I have engaged in methadone treatment, Suboxone. I have worked as a peer support specialist with peer mental health. And I've also, currently I work in outreach at Connecticut Valley Addiction Recovery in the community. I've also worked as a family support worker on CHINS cases, Dartmouth Hitchcock as a recovery coach on the behavioral intervention team. And addiction has affected my family. My mother was addicted. I had to live with my grandmother as a child, and my cousin Carlton, overdose in Windsor, Vermont. My son's father is unhoused and addicted to opiates and stimulants. Right here, he overdosed on the steps here 2 times. He overdosed in one day in Hartford. So I feel that my connections in the community too, with community partners, have also given me understanding. And the people I engage with at the dining hall, I hear what their struggles are. Like, for example, they can't get a hotel room, even though they have a voucher, because they don't have an ID, and they don't have the money to get the ID.
Yeah. Thank you. That sounds like a
I was waiting for you guys to say
experience.
time's up.
Oh, no, yeah, we still have a little more time, but I'll ask the second question if there is a little more time. Just about qualities you might look for in a grant proposal that you think would make it a strong idea or proposal.
evidence-based, demonstrating need, intervention, partnerships, collaborations in the community, defines success and how it's measured, accountability, transparency, and sustainability.
Great. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Thank you so much,
Thank
Caitlin.
you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
really
thank
appreciate you coming
you.
in. Okay. Cool, and I get 3 minutes total, right? Just clarifying that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then Nala Taylor.
Is it working?
Is- Oh, okay. Let me just remember to check online too. Nala, if you're present online, you can raise your hand. I don't see your name. Okay. That's okay. I think we'll have a conversation too in executive session about how we might want to, if we want to do individual follow-up and maybe give folks a different way to answer these questions. I think there could be an option depending on what we decide later, but that's something I thought about. Okay, and Jeanette Potter, you are next up.
Hi, Jeanette Potter, White River Junction, Vermont. And so I'm just gonna do bullet points. I have an undergraduate certification in nonprofit management and decades of grant writing and grant reporting experience for federal, state, and private foundations. I was specifically trained as a national SAMHSA grant reviewer on the 19th of February, 2025. I have been working in the Upper Valley in the field of substance use and mental health services, starting as an AmeriCorps Vista member in 1999. I'm licensed in Vermont as a LADAC, a licensed drug and alcohol counselor, and a LMFT, a licensed marriage and family therapist, and a QMHP, which is a qualified mental health professional. I also have my CPS, my Certified Prevention Specialist application pending. I'm licensed in New Hampshire as an MLADAC, a Master Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselor, dual diagnosis, and LMFT. I'm trained and certified as a National Substance Abuse Professional for the U.S. Department of Transportation. I've worked in all levels of care for substance misuse for the last 27 years. Prevention, I provided supervised visitation and exchange services for people who were struggling with addiction and mental health. As a student assistance counselor with prevention and prevention educator currently. Treatment, I've been a crash evaluator, they don't call that it anymore, but outpatient counseling through community mental health. I've worked at Clara Martin Center, HCRS, and West Central Behavioral Health. I've worked at HCRS Crisis Intervention, Assessment and Referral based on ASAM criteria, coordinator of the intensive outpatient program at Clara Martin Center. I've worked in medication-assisted treatment as one of the first buprenorphine care coordinators in 2003, with the Trails program in Sullivan County Corrections, and as the clinical director of the local methadone clinic. I am an active member of the Vermont Substance Misuse Prevention Council, SMPC. That's answer to question one.
Great, yeah. And then thoughts on the other question about qualities you would look for in a grant proposal that would make it a strong submission from your perspective.
Perfect, I have a minute, okay. So according to H711, the creation of the Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee, the directive was to include prevention services, as well as services to support impacted family member and community members. Historically, these funds have neglected those impacted community members who've never chosen to use opioids. Children born addicted to opioids, and just to put that in perspective, the data is all on the Department of Health website. The kids I'm working with in Vermont, it was 1 in 3 was born with neonatal dependent upon opioids. So that is lifelong learning disabilities, emotional issues, all those things, developmental delays. So 1 in 3 of our Vermont kids born in 2010, 2011, 2013 were born addicted. Family members raising children due to loss of a parent through opioid use disorder, through death, addiction, or jail. The Vermont statewide, there's a statewide, am I out of time?
Yeah, I think
There's a statewide opioid settlement fund, which is separate, that has $12 million. This is specific to this appropriation, and I do have some, like, out of that, the total appropriation There was for teen centers in Barry, Bellows Falls, and Burlington. It was 12% of the funding went to prevention. The rest went to pharmaceutical companies through replacement programs and medication-assisted treatment.
Okay, I have to cut you off, but thank you so much for this amount of
Yeah.
knowledge. Yeah, appreciate it.
Happy to talk more about this
Great,
too.
yeah, thank you. Okay, we will go to our next person. I just lost my agenda. Brian Lukowitz, are you here tonight? I am. Excellent, thank you. So yeah, please introduce yourself and your town of residence, and then I can ask the questions, or if you have them, you can just go right
I
in.
got them in front of me,
Okay,
thank
okay,
you. My
thank
name
you.
is Brian Lukowitz. I live in White River Junction. So, in order to tell you my experience, I guess what I have to do, and I'm okay with it, is break my anonymity. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've been sober for 19 plus years. This community helped me a lot in that. Matter of fact, the former town manager was one of those people who, even though I didn't want him to, held me accountable, Ralph Lehman. At the time, I had to go to, I think it was called Court Diversion Program. And I met, this was in the Hotel Coolidge. I vaguely remember this in some room. And you know, he I'm not breaking his anonymity, but he was in recovery for a long time. And I didn't know that. And he asked me at that meeting to see if I was going to be eligible for diversion, what meetings I went to. And I wasn't sober yet. I was still lying to everybody. And that's gonna be a real valid point here. And so he held me accountable. He said, I've never seen you at that meeting. And he was right. So my point is, I see people who, like myself at the time, was not ready for recovery. You can't make anyone ready for recovery. It's a choice. You're either going to do it or you're going to die, essentially. Doesn't matter what the drug is. So I think what goes hand in hand with helping people or doing what you can with the fund, part of it would be there has to be accountability involved. Like, in other words, if you're providing someone who's addicted, and it's not their fault, but it's their responsibility. If you're providing them with housing, there has to be some caveats, like you're agreeing to counseling. Maybe if you're taking medication to help you taper off of opiates, things like that. But accountability, not just, here's a place to use drugs. Now you're off the street. That won't work for anybody. So that's kind of like, in a nutshell, probably an answer to both of the questions in a sense, like what my credentials are, what I know a lot of people in recovery, not just from alcohol, because I go to AA. That was my downfall. But because there isn't a lot of help for people addicted to drugs, a lot of people go to AA because it's readily available, and NA. So you see the people who want it, and you see the people who don't. They're just not ready yet, you know? So it's not easy. It's not like this is the answer type thing, you know? It has to be lots of cooperation and accountability. I think that's it.
Perfect. Well, perfect timing. Thank you so much. Okay,
Oh, the other thing, just quickly,
okay.
can you be on both committees? Because I also okay.
Yeah, you can, yeah, I mean, well, I think we'll make that decision as a board, but,
Yeah, there's no restriction.
it was no restriction in terms of your applying to both committees. That's totally fine. Okay, and one more applicant for this committee, Charlotte Martin, are you present? Great, thank you.
There's actually a second one we received late yesterday
Oh,
that's
yes.
in the packet.
Okay,
Dottie Moffett.
Hi.
okay, sorry. Go ahead, Charlotte. Yeah, just say your name and where you're from, and then you can go ahead and answer the questions.
All right, Charlotte Martin. I've lived here in Hartford for almost 2 decades now. And so the first question, I have served on all different boards of directors for various things, a lot of nonprofits, a few years on the Upper Valley Co-op, the Red Building, smaller co-op. a lot of years there. I was the vice president there. And so, even though it's not exactly grant writing, at the co-op board, I really learned how to do policy governance and how to, write new policies and evaluate all the time at every meeting, whether we were following the different ends that we had to meet. And then for grant writing, I have helped a lot of different nonprofits like Mentor Connector, which is a Vermont-based one, all different, personal friends that over the years have started nonprofits or entrepreneurial work or community service things. And I just kind of became the go-to person for a lot of them with grant writing. If they were working on one, we would either collaborate or, look at the grant goals and what they needed. And I edited grants for people a lot. So I just have a lot of unofficial kind of grant writing and editing experience. And then the second, and I also wanted to say right now I'm working as the therapist at Dartmouth Hitchcock's inpatient unit, the psych unit. So before that I worked at Clara Martin. And so I would do a lot of work with the co-occurring disorders where people had substance use and mental health needs. And a lot of the past clients at Clara Martin and then now at the psych unit are affected, past or present, with opioid use and all the effects. And so through that work, I've become really, really curious about the different preventive measures and what's being done. And whenever I hear that there's some kind of new program in Hartford, I'm always extremely curious and, kind of peering in and trying to see what's going on. So that's why I was curious to join this if I could. And what I would look for the second question, I would look to see, I think the way that it would meet what I would, I guess, consider the real daily life kind of needs of the people that would receive either the preventive or treatment type of care from the funding. So if we were looking at different, I don't know exactly what it would be, but different programs or ways to fund different things. I feel like in my work, especially at Clara Martin, doing the community work, me and the other staff would a lot of the time just kind of say, I wish there was something for this, or why do they have this? I wish it was like this. So I'd come at it that way, I guess.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, great. Yeah, thank you very much to everyone who applied and who came in. We really appreciate it. And like I said, we'll be deliberating after we do the next round of interviews for the other committee. Oh, yes, one more person. Okay.
Yes,
I don't
she
have
had,
the updated.
yeah,
Okay.
Dottie, we updated the website.
Okay.
Dottie had apparently emailed me on May 11th. I don't have a record of receiving it, so she was smart enough to resend it. And so we got it today.
Okay,
So if
so sorry.
Dottie will introduce herself, but she notes that she's a public health professional.
Okay, excellent. So yes, please come up. I apologize, I didn't have the updated agenda in front of me, so sorry for skipping you, but yeah, just introduce yourself. Yeah, and I think if you could clarify too, because we had it for everybody else, just, yeah, you're a public health professional. If you also have or affected community member, if you could let us know that too, and then, yeah, go ahead to respond to any past experiences that make you prepared to review proposals. Thank you.
All right, my name is Dottie Moffett, and I am from Wilder. I have worked in substance use treatment for the last 12 years. I've worked as a counselor in both inpatient and outpatient treatment. I'm currently working at Counseling Associates as a licensed drug and alcohol counselor, where I'm coordinator of the co-occurring program, and I will finish my master's degree in clinical mental health in December. I also worked for 4 years for the Vermont Department of Corrections as a teacher, where I helped develop and implement the Community High School of Vermont for people who are incarcerated or on probation to complete their high school degree. Through these roles, I've gained experience with the challenges individuals and families face when navigating substance use disorders, recovery, treatment, access, housing instability, mental health concerns, and other barriers that reduce the chance for success. Through my work, I have developed skills reviewing research, assessing evidence, identifying service gaps, and evaluating whether proposed interventions are realistic, ethical, and likely to produce results. I have organized and led our community's overdose awareness vigil for the last 10 years. This allows me to work closely with community members, families impacted by overdose, recovery advocates, treatment providers, and local organizations. It has reinforced the need for initiatives that save lives, support recovery, and strengthen our community. I have lived in the Upper Valley for close to 50 years and in Wilder for 25 years. Professionally and personally, I've seen the impact the opioid epidemic has had on our community, my own family, and people who are using opioids. When reviewing grant proposals, I would look for a clear understanding of the problem the applicant is trying to address and evidence that the project responds to a real community need. Proposals that are evidence-informed, practical, and have a realistic plan for implementation. And I would want to understand how success will be measured and how the organization will demonstrate accountability for the funds received. I would also look for proposals that promote collaboration, not just within the substance use field, but within the community, because I truly feel, as a community member, we have been very harmed by the opioid epidemic, and in order for things to get better, we all have to be able to get better. I believe it's important that grants that are given support the efforts that address family, community, education, recovery, prevention, treatment, and harm reduction.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, that's our last one, John?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'll say thank you to everybody again, really appreciate it, and as I mentioned, you will definitely be contacted with our decision, the outcome of our decision, by the end of the day tomorrow. And if you're welcome to stay, we may make an announcement about it after our executive session too, depending on how that goes, but again, what I'll say is you'll have information by tomorrow. Okay, so now we can move on unless there's any from the board at this point. Yeah, Ashley?
I just wanted to comment that I want to thank all of you for applying because I'm like so inspired by hearing all of you talk and so grateful for the work that all of you are doing and the knowledge that you all have. Such an important role that you play in our community, and I just really appreciate all of you for also stepping up to take on something extra.
Thank you. Agreed. Okay, so the next committee that we're going to be reviewing applicants and interviews for tonight is the Twin Pines Housing Task Force. And the context for this is that we're forming a committee to serve as a space for collaboration, accountability, open communication, and relationship building for all parties, but particularly the town, the Twin Pines housing staff, and board, and the tenants of Twin Pines to work together to address challenges and improve quality of life in the Twin Pines buildings, and looking forward to new buildings that are going to be potentially coming into our town. So this committee structure is a select board liaison, up to 5 Twin Pines tenants, up to 2 Twin Pines staff members, a board member from Twin Pines, a representative from the town's Housing and Homelessness Committee, and then up to 3 social service providers, and then a staff member liaison from the town staff. And we have a number of people who have applied to the committee, so we'll keep chugging along with these interviews, and I'll just go down the list. Any questions from the board before we start with this set?
So these applicants are designed to fill which of these components? In other words, obviously, like I'm assuming that the Twin Pines housing staff component, they would make recommendations to us, so
Yes.
these are designed
For
to
the
fill.
tenant and social service provider.
Okay.
So, and you can see in the table, which applicants self-identified as a tenant or a social service provider.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
I just had one question,
Yeah.
which is, how does the application process work with the committee and staff members? Have we already received any applications for that, or?
I can tell you a little bit. Twin Pines has already designated its 2 staff members. Jennifer Gibson, Managing Director of Property Management, and Jennifer Hobbs, Director of Supportive Services, I believe. And in terms of town staff liaison, Alexis Webster has consented to serving in that role. We, of course, haven't selected a select board liaison yet. And I don't know that we've heard about a Twin Pines board member, have we? Oh,
It was,
Well, you can just tell John and maybe he can just say it in the mic.
Dunham,
John Dunham. Okay, thank you.
he's a resident and, board member.
Got it.
Thanks, Andrew.
And for the Housing and Homelessness Committee,
I have not made any inquiries. I didn't know if that was to me to do or whether someone else was reaching out.
I'll
Who may be
follow
a
up. Yeah,
liaison.
I think they have identified someone,
great.
so, and we
Okay.
meet on Thursday, so I'll
Okay.
follow up then.
Perfect.
I just didn't wanna,
Yeah.
miss it if
Okay.
it already came through. Cool, thank you, sorry.
Okay, perfect, excellent. In our discussion tonight, we should be able to make, we'll discuss applicants for the tenant and the social service provider positions who are interviewing tonight, as well as the select board liaison position. Okay, and yeah, no guarantees that we'll make final decisions about all those things, especially since Miranda's not here, but we will discuss. Okay, so starting with the first person on my list, which is Jill, I don't wanna butcher your last name, Obi, okay, yes, please come on up, introduce yourself, your town, and then these are different questions, which you should have received ahead of time, but I'll just say them for, everyone who's listening. The questions that, for these applicants are, in your own words, how would you describe the purpose of this committee? And the second question is, what do you see as your role, or what would you bring to the table for the committee? And again, you'll have 3 minutes to answer both those questions. So yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jill Obi, and I'm from White River Junction. For the past 7 years, I have lived at the Wentworth, which is a Twin Pines community. My understanding of the need for this task force is that, well, from reading several news articles in the Valley News over the past several months, there have been some concerns expressed by community members, by select board members, by tenants at Twin Pines about the effectiveness of the safety plan that is developed by Twin Pines Board and implemented by their social services department. I am blissfully unaware of the events that brought the community to those concerns. I can imagine what they are, and I can imagine that they tie very closely with the opioid task force and the homelessness task force that you're putting together as well. My goal in participating with the committee would be to review the plan, make some meaningful, viable, and realistic solutions to improving the safety plan that's implemented by the Social Service Department at Twin Pines. And I think as a tenant, I bring an insight to that. That's it.
Great, thank you. Did you want to say anything else about what you would see your role or what you would bring to the table?
My background is that I was an RN and a nursing home administrator, and I worked in retirement communities. So I sort of represent the elderly and the disabled population of folks who need affordable housing.
Excellent. Great, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll move right along. Victoria Brooks, are you here tonight? Oh, I see you. She's online.
Oh, good.
Excellent. Okay, Victoria, I'm gonna allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute now and speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm a service provider. I'm a psychotherapist in private practice at this point, but I have probably 30 years of nonprofit experience, much of which was in the housing arena. I also developed low-income housing, mixed-use housing. And I think, oh, I didn't say I live in Coolidge, by the way, sorry.
Thank you.
I think that the purpose of the committee, in terms of the way I see it, is that we need to look at the things that are working, the things that aren't working, where there might be some tensions. You don't need to fix things that are already working well, but I do think that there are probably some efficiencies that could be put into place, as well as not letting the process of getting into low-income housing affect people's ability to access that housing. I think it's really important that the processes be transparent, that they are able to look at things related to mental health issues, substance use and abuse issues, and to be able to make sure that the services align with the people that are asking for the services. my role, I'm a mental health professional. I have, like I said, a background in housing. I also am a trained mediator. And I do think that it's really important that we look at workarounds, we look at agreements that we can make amongst ourselves so that, you know, maybe things haven't been done that way before, but if we can all agree that there's a path forward, I think it's really important that folks be able, who are getting the service, be able to have participate in the process, and I'm really glad to see that they will be able to. It's a really important thing for people to be housed. And I've worked with FEMA, I've worked with Ryan White Committee and Title Cities to make sure that people who have different kinds of disabilities or issues are able to be housed and that they're able to stay in that housing with wraparound services. I think it's really important that we're able to look at the whole spectrum of who's able to access the services and what we're able to do to help them. And I think my role would be having the mental health background and some mediation training. And given what I do, I'm, you know, able to help people be able to communicate better and to be able to express what they feel like it needs to be talked about in a way that feels safe and that's transparent.
Excellent. That was time. Thank you so much for those responses. Appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving right along. Erin Brown. In the room, or are you online? If you are, raise your hand, please, and Zooms.
Erin might be under the impression that because she was having technical issues online last meeting, that she missed her opportunity to interview. I don't know if that was clarified via email.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think Ally was very meticulous to reach out to every applicant and encourage them to come one way or the other tonight.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to
Yeah.
confirm.
Yes, I think having been on the communication with Ally, I think, yeah, she probably did send a reminder and the questions to everybody like a couple days ago.
Great.
With a reminder today.
With a reminder today. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll go to the next person. Donna Dekoff. You here in the room? Or are you online? Is there a Donna? Not seeing anyone, so we'll go on to Margaret Hemsley. We have some interesting last names. Mine is one of them, but come on up. Okay.
Margaret Emsley.
Yes.
I live in Hanover at the Summer Park Residences. It's a Twin Pines senior housing. And I believe the purpose of this, well, I've also heard it referred to as a task force, and I actually like that. And so I think the task at hand would be to develop a complete plan that not just promoted, but also assured and provided accountability for what is in the draft plan for, I think, are Twin Pines' responsibilities for this is straight from the draft, the health, safety, and security of residents, staff, and visitors.
Okay, great. Would you like to share anything else about your role and what you would bring to the table?
Well, I am a senior living in senior housing, and I noticed when I looked at the minutes from your meeting of the 26th last month that not so much for the tenant applicants, but the other applications had almost like full resumes. And rather than tell you or brag about what I'm good at, I'd like to give you a quick rundown of kind of a long period of my life here now. But for quite a while, starting at age 15, I was a lifeguard and water safety instructor up into my 20s, and that's the basis for like my safety training and knowledge and experience. And after that, I drove a tractor trailer and managed a small trucking company for my uncle for a while, which I learned absolutely nothing, except that it was really, really hard work, and that trucking was not nearly as romantic as Burt Reynolds made it look like in Smoking and the Bandit. And so I've had quite a variety of things, but I'm sure that I did learn plenty at that. I just don't know exactly how it would apply here. And I have my chronology here in case I mess up. Oh. Oh. And I moved on to teach, or attempt to teach, mathematics to special ed students, adolescents. And I learned that that's also really difficult and maybe even sometimes impossible. But it helped me hone a sense of humor, I do believe.
Great.
And then I went on to much more professional things. I know I'm out of time, but then I tackled surveying both on commercial sites, and then moved here to the Upper Valley in '86, and I've been here ever since. And I did attain my land surveyor's license in '91.
Amazing, great. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, our next person I see online, Larry Blake Harvey. I will make it so you can speak. Larry, if you're ready, you can go ahead, introduce yourself, your town, and yeah, respond to the questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Larry Blake Harvey. I am in Hartford as or for work primarily. I do live in Norwich. I'm the executive director over at the Hartford Community Restorative Justice Center. I see this committee as a way to help tenants, Twin Pines, the town, and community partners stay in better communication, address concerns earlier, really before they become bigger issues. My role, I would say, would be to represent the Hartford Community Restorative Justice Center. Much of our work is funded through our partnership with the Department of Corrections, including reentry navigation, transitional housing, and restorative justice programming. Across those programmings, we help people have hard conversations, take responsibility, repair harm where possible, and move forward with support. That experience feels like it could be a natural fit for the committee. We've also been talking with Twin Pines over the past couple of weeks about starting small and seeing whether HCRJC could be a helpful presence at Twin Pines properties, especially around communication, conflict, repair. Full disclosure, we do rent from Twin Pines as well. We have a master lease, a unit that does make up some of our DOC funded transitional housing units. But really the hope is simple, that if we have support, or I say if people have support before things boil over, fewer situations turn into repeated calls to police, fire, or EMS. So I'd come into this really as a listener and a partner, and hopefully bring HCRJC's experience in helping people communicate and work through conflict in a more constructive way.
Excellent, thank you. Great, yeah, thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. We have Brian Lukowitz again. Do you wanna come up and speak on your, just introduce yourself again and then respond to these questions, which are about how you would describe the purpose of the Twin Pines Committee Task Force and what you would bring to the table.
Okay, I'm Brian Lukowitz. I've been a resident in this area for approximately 30 years. I also have two stints that I rented from Twin Pines. I rented from them at the Briars over on Bugby Street from approximately 2008 to 2017. I moved up to Fairleigh for a little while, and then I moved back down this way for various reasons that I won't get into. And I've lived at Wentworth since the building opened, which I think was 2019. So yeah. So one thing that I want to make clear is I actually probably have more questions than I have answers about. I mean, I am very grateful first and foremost for someone to knock on my door and offer me this leaflet, because I have a lot of questions about how Twin Pines became what it is today. When I first rented from them, they were a little tiny building down on Main Street. Managed a few properties, a handful. And then within, it seems like less than a decade, they're like the biggest like landlord in the Upper Valley. So I'm more curious about, to get involved, like kind of, how did that happen? It's like a monopoly. What forces came together to make that happen? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd like to know. As far as what I have to offer is having rented from them for a long time. The other thing is, and I've had a lot of communications with them back and forth over the years, just about simple questions. I'm not going to get into any of that, but I will say I had quite a few years of experience working for the Hanover School District, mostly to do with like the physical plant of a building and how it is that you manage the physical plant of a building, what it takes, how many people. It's quite the ordeal. That's one of my biggest concerns about Twin Pines is that as big as they grew, their capabilities to handle all the buildings they have, it's not possible. Nothing against them. It's just that, so I'm just like curious about like what I can do with this committee, just with what knowledge I have, to just get a better understanding of like the relationship, rather than, people like, a tenant calling up and complaining, or, people around my building like to all talk to each other and gossip about things, but they don't do anything, So that's not what I want to do. I want to be involved so that I can hear from all sides of how these problems affect everybody and to have some kind of common solution.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next person I see online, Megan Mullane. I will allow speaking. Megan, if you're ready, you can go ahead and unmute and introduce yourself and let us know what you see as where you live and what you see as the purpose of the committee.
Thank you. I'm Megan Mullane. I live at the Wilder 2 in Wilder. And I think the purpose of this committee is to bring Twin Pines workers, tenants, and then community members together to discuss and identify challenges that tenants are currently facing and then come up with ways that can improve these challenges. By collaborating together, we can get insight from tenants, ideas from community members and workers, and Twin Pines staff to hopefully improve on the concerns that have been raised. And then what I bring to the committee, I'm a young tenant, being only 24 years old. I'm also obtaining my master's of social work, which I'll get at the end of August. Through my social work background, I've interned at the Upper Valley Haven. I was there from last August to this past May. I'm still working in the Upper Valley at a different organization as a youth specialist, and this has all allowed me to have different familiarities with other community partners in the area.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Megan. I think you probably have a little more time if there's anything. How much time do we have?
2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, those are excellent responses. Anything else you want to add?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, a few more people. So, Jeanette, we had your interview the last meeting, right? So just making sure we're on the same page that we already did your interview and you, yeah.
No, not really. I didn't have those questions ahead of time, so I appreciate the
Okay.
time to just chime in this time, if that's.
Come on up.
All right, I won't rattle on. I wrote up stuff, but I'm better just off the cuff. So I think the purpose of the committee, and I cut and pasted the task force ratify, we can read those. But I think what intrigued me the most was coming up with solutions and being solution focused, collaboration. And the last of the charges was recommending explicit ways for the town to support this type of private-public partnership with the housing sector. So not just with Twin Pines, but everyone. And that ties in closely to the perspective I bring. So being raised in poverty and being housing insecure and working with kids. Twin Pines said I work with youth in the school. And I was surprised Twin Pines said they only had 78 kids in Hartford school districts, they are wonderful, amazing children who deserve a safe and healthy place. And I, for the most part, do not hear negative. I've heard very positive things about the program. So I'm hoping that this can be a very positive, collaborative, solution-focused process. And I bring creativity, my personal experience, and working with youth. And then the other stuff, I have provided contracted services to Twin Pines in the past, and that was successful. It was just it came to the end of the grant by the time I was taking that on. And had some really positive interactions with Jenny Gibson and the team there. So I know that they have lots of strengths and resources, and I'm hopeful that we can come up with solutions that will extend beyond Twin Pines, because we absolutely need regional, and I keep saying this, we need a regional buy-in for this, so it should not just be Hartford taking this all on. And then also the nonprofit management piece to include community needs assessments and surveys and data and all that stuff. I have some experience there too, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next person is Tim Severance. You here? Great. Okay, so you probably know by now, but name, location of residence, and then
Yep,
what you-
Tim Severance, Hartford, Vermont. I see this committee as making sure Twin Pines housing in Hartford is safe, livable, and well-run, and that the residents are treated fairly and with dignity. I think the committee should be helping to ensure that standards are being met, and that things like the building operations and resident services and quality are truly met, and that the effectiveness is for the better of the community. What I can bring is the perspective of someone who has lived at the 117 Wentworth building since it opened in 2019. And I can get firsthand experiences what works and what doesn't work, as well as hopefully coming into this not as complaining, but to help improve systems and accountability. A little more background is I'm born and raised in Hartford, Vermont, so I'm proud to help, as well as my background for having a degree in operations management that I've been utilizing at Hypotherm for about 15 years. So I'm hoping all that experience is just here to help better Twin Pines as well as Hartford. That's it.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, last person on my list is Katie Daigle. Are you here, or are you online? Not seeing a Katie. Okay, I don't think she's here. And then John, do you wanna, is there another person? What was this one about?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the one you had handed me.
Yes, that's right. Our name is Faye Grierson.
Are you here? Oh, Faye's here. Okay, yes. Oh, yes, and we've met before. I'm trying to place where I knew you from, and now I know.
And I will point out that her application came in a little bit after the deadline.
Okay, so yeah, just for the board, this application was a little late. We can talk about that in our deliberation if we want to consider that as a factor. But yeah, you may come on up and respond to the questions, which, did you receive them?
I heard them.
You heard them,
I did
okay,
not
yeah,
receive them.
yeah, you didn't receive them, but you heard
No,
them,
no,
okay.
late.
Okay, well, yeah, just introduce your name and where you live, and then, yeah, talk about those two topics that we've been discussing.
So my name is Faye Grierson, and I am actually from across the river, Lebanon. And I have read the board charges, and I think the biggest piece that I would say, what does the board need to do? It will be bringing some light rather than heat to a very strong conversation, an important one that's been going on. And there's a lot of stress in the world, and it often comes out in a very personal way, and housing is about the most personal thing that we can, we all experience. And so the fears and the frustrations that come out are very real. It is how to make action out of those that moves things forward. So that is what I see this committee doing. My background, I have a previous speaker beat. I lived in Twin Pines housing in '96 through '99. I was a board member back in those early days. So I do have a sense of the history of the organization. And then I went on and worked there in resident services, actually. My current job, I work in social services still, but I work for APD Hospital, where I help employees connect with resources they need, either internally or externally in the community. And I am working with people who are employed, who have supposedly a reasonable income, and they still struggle to find housing. It is such a big need in this area. And again, that leads to pressure leads to frustration, and we hear the voices of people and their frustration. I think the biggest piece, though, I have the history of my education, I have background in education, but 2 years ago I did cross-class conversation training, and it was one of the most profound experiences because I have experienced mediation in various forms. The concept that we bring biases in is inevitable, we know that. But how do we move forward in that when people are angry and fearful and find a place of common ground? And when I speak about anger and fearful, that is on both sides of the table. Having been an employee in housing, I understand the frustrations, the fears, and the limitations that are legally placed on people in housing. Fair housing, I work with HIPAA now, but fair housing has its similar things. So how do we, in a climate where people are suspicious, are bound by legal issues, and are trying to live their best life, how do we move that forward? I thank the committee for hearing me late, and I just want to say, lucky you, and also difficulty, because I'm impressed with how many people have stepped forward and want to see improvement. And I think that speaks very well of our community. And that is the last piece I want to emphasize, is that I am from across the river. My kids were born in Hartford and have been raised here. I see us as one community, and I hope that the effort from this does go beyond just Hartford to other communities also. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that comment. Eric?
Hey, sorry, not quick enough. Did you say you were a current Twin Pines resident or not?
No, I am not. I'm 11 in private.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, great. We have done all the interviews. Thank you again to everyone for taking time out of your evening to participate and to your interest. Yeah, deeply appreciative and grateful that you all are interested in helping the town of Hartford with some important, very important tasks in front of us. We couldn't do it without you, and that's why we're forming these committees. So thank you very much for your interest. And we will be in touch to let you know next steps and what our decisions are in the future. Okay.
Thank you all.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just take a breather while people reconfigure, and then we can do the motion for executive session.
And then the question will be,
Yeah.
you probably want me for one half of the executive session, but you probably don't need me to help you discuss the applications, right? I would assume that's the case.
Yeah, you don't have
So
to
you
be
could
part of
just tell me when you want me to join, you just let me know.
Oh, okay. Probably makes sense to do the applications first while they're in our
Fresh.
mind.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then we'll call you when we're done and we
That
can
sounds
talk about
good.
the other issue. Okay, so I think we just need a motion to go into executive session. Are people okay with doing that? Do we wanna take 5 minutes now, or do we wanna just keep going?
It's good for now.
We could take a break after executive session.
Kind of like
I
that
like
idea.
that.
Like that
Yeah.
idea? Okay, let's do that. Okay,
Ida?
yes.
In order to allow for a discussion and evaluation of applicants to serve on the Twin Pines Housing Task Force and the opioid grant
Selection
committee, I move that to find premature general public knowledge would clearly place this body and/or persons involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA Sections 313A1, and move to discuss personnel matters pursuant to 1 VSA Sections 313A3.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second from Mary. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, we can go into the other room.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think there's another motion.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
there's
were
another
a
motion.
total of
Okay,
3
sorry.
that we had
I wasn't,
proposed.
Right,
I was a little distracted.
I'm reading
Okay.
from a completely different script.
I do too.
don't know
Yeah,
where-
I
don't know
have
where
2
you
of
are.
the same script.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention.
Okay.
Do we need to?
I think does it make sense just to do the whole thing from this sheet?
I think so, that's what
Yeah.
I proposed.
So-
This one with 3 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so,
Yeah, sorry,
Maybe you
somehow
can-
I didn't get that one, and I had 2 copies of the old one.
okay, so will you redact?
Yeah, I'll
Withdraw.
withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion and,
I'll withdraw my second.
and withdraw the second. Okay, so now I'll ask for a motion that's reading from this 1, 2, 3. You wanna do that one?
Yes,
Actually, okay,
sure,
actually,
all right.
Take 2.
She's got it.
So
Okay.
I move to find that there are legal matters involving the town and premature general public knowledge would clearly place the town and/or persons at a substantial disadvantage. Move that the select board go into executive session to discuss a matter in which the town may become involved in litigation and which may involve attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional services as set forth in 1 VSA, Section 3133, A1, E, and F, and move that the select board go into executive session to discuss and evaluate applicants to serve on the opioid fund grant review committee and Twin Pines task force pursuant to 1 VSA Section 3133A3.
I'll second the motion.
Second from Mary. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, now we can go.
Sorry about that.
No, all good.
And are we, oh yeah, so we're gonna be on.
Yeah, we'll get John after we talk about the
Yep.
committees.
at 8:36 p.m.
And no action was taken.
So you could say no action was taken with regard to the litigation matter.
Yep, no action taken regard to the item 1 legal matter, and we will discuss the committee appointments
When
when we return to the agenda.
Yes.
Second that.
Second from Eric, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Okay,
All right,
5 minutes. Yes, so return at 8:42. And the next is to announce the appointments, correct? Yeah, we're on 5C. Okay, so I will announce our appointments. This is for the Opioid Settlement Funds Grant Selection Committee. The people on this committee will be Caitlin Sabins, Jeanette Potter, Brian Lukowitz, Charlotte Martin, and Dottie Martin. And with regards to Nala Taylor, John, our request will be for you to ask staff to follow up with her one more time, and we ask that if possible to do that via email and phone, if we have a phone number for her, and to invite her to have one more opportunity to, well, first to let us know by Tuesday, 1 week from today, close of business Tuesday, whether she's still interested. And if she is still interested, we can give her one more chance to come to the next select board meeting for an interview.
The way we learned about Nala was through Janet Potter with her work at the school. And I think there are some kind of rules about approaching or contacting minors directly.
Yeah.
So I may have to work through Janet to facilitate that.
Okay, that'd be great. But yeah, we're interested in maybe, just in the interest of giving people the most opportunity as possible to, if there is a phone number that someone can reach out to her via, that would be helpful. Okay, so thank you again to all those applicants. Really excited about this committee. Oh, and the select board member, we did not finalize the decision about the 2 select board members, because we're gonna confer with Miranda on that. But we will probably have that decision by the next meeting. Okay.
Is there a motion? This is in the form of a motion? Motion to
Okay.
appoint?
Okay, so I move to appoint, I lost the list again, sorry. I guess I shouldn't make the motion, does someone want to
you
make it?
can.
I can, okay.
Yep.
I move to appoint Caitlin Sabins, Jeanette Potter, Brian Lukowitz, Charlotte Martin, and Dottie Martin to the Opioid Settlement Funds Grant Selection Committee.
Second that.
Second from Eric
Can I get the name after Dottie?
Martin,
Dottie-
that's.
oh, Dottie Martin.
Dottie Martin, yeah, so there should be 5 names. They're all on the table too in the agenda, you know,
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, great, congratulations, and I know Ally will follow up with everybody, to let them know. And I will follow up with you, John, yeah, I think just letting them know at this point, and then maybe just letting them know that, you know, the deadline is July 1st, so we'll be in touch soon in the following
Right.
coming weeks about scheduling, and I can coordinate with you to, or whoever the 2 select board designees are, we'll
Yep.
coordinate in terms of the communication moving forward to set that up.
Okay.
All right, okay, and so for the Twin Pines, I will name, I'm gonna go the tenants first and then the social service providers. So for the tenants, I move that we appoint Jill, does anyone remember how?
Harrowby.
Albee?
Albee?
Albee, yeah,
Albee's good.
Jill Albee as a tenant representative, Brian Lukowitz, Megan Mullane, and Tim Severance. And for social service providers, I move that we appoint Victoria Brooks, Larry Blake Harvey, and Faye Grierson.
I'll second your motion.
Second from Tim. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, and John, again, so for the follow-up, yeah, you can obviously let the members know who've been appointed. There's one tenant, Margaret, who applied but lives in Hanover, and just let her know that was a factor in our decision, that we decided that we were only appointing tenants who live in Hartford, but that we're very much appreciative of her application and her contribution, and that she's welcome to, the meetings will be open meetings, so her input would be valuable if she chooses to attend the meetings. And then for next steps regarding the 3 tenants who were not present tonight. If you, staff could reach out and say, there's one remaining spot for a tenant on the committee. And again, to let staff know if they're still interested by close of business next Tuesday. And if they are still interested, they'll have a second opportunity to come in for an interview at our next select board meeting.
And do you need those tenant names, John, or can you?
No, I can do the math and
extrapolate?
figure it out.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
it would be-
Aaron, Donna, Margaret.
Yeah, Aaron Brown, Donna Dekoff, and Katie.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Katie Daigle.
Got it.
Okay, excellent. And if, yeah, any clarification on those, just let me know. All right. Good to move on. Let's move on.
I may be wrong, so did I second, but did we actually vote on the motion?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did,
sorry.
yeah, it was unanimous. Okay, now we're gonna talk about, oh, Ashley?
Just point of information, for both committees, do we need to also do a formal motion to appoint the select board liaisons?
Oh, right.
So will that have to be on for the opioid committee, will that have to be on the next agenda?
We can put them both on the agenda if you need more time to consider.
For the opioid one, we need a little more time, but for this one, we've decided, so we can make the motion now.
Okay.
And I can, yeah, I will move to appoint, Ashley as the select board member of the Twin Pines Task Force.
Second that?
Second from Eric. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain?
I'll abstain.
Ashley abstains.
So 5-1,
5-1, yes.
or 5-0 to 1.
501,
Yeah. got
like
it.
hockey.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Okay, great, thanks, Ashley. So yeah, we'll finalize the select board designees for the opioid one at the next meeting, and we will, do more interviews if needed, if people respond and say that they're interested, but that will be a very small number of interviews compared to tonight.
Right.
If people want to. Okay. All right, now are we good to move on? Any other final comments about that? Eric?
Yeah, thank you to all the candidates, and thank you for the memos with the matrices. Those were very helpful.
Great. Thanks to Ally for making those. All right, DPW.
I believe we've got Todd online.
Okay, this is approval to purchase a 2026 Ford Maverick Hybrid 4x4.
Yes.
Todd, thank you. Wait, are you a panelist? Where are you?
We're calling a Maverick a truck now?
Don't see Todd online. I see
I wonder, could
Scott.
it be Jeremy or Chris?
No, it wouldn't be Scott Hauser, would it?
No.
No,
Okay.
it might be Jeremy.
I just see, oh wait, Matthew Terry? No, that's.
Oh, yes, I guess it
Oh,
is
it is?
Matthew
Oh, okay,
Terry.
okay, sorry, Matthew.
Okay.
Sorry about
Matthew,
that,
I'm
Matt.
making-
Oh yeah, there he is on the memo.
Sorry, Matthew. Okay, you should be able to speak soon. Okay, there you go. Oh, Matthew, can you hear us? Can you unmute? I saw you unmute for a minute, but then.
Sorry about that. Hello,
Oh.
I'm Matthew Terry, Chief Water Operator for the Department of Public Works for the town of Hartford. Yeah, so you should have a memo from us as well as the purchasing policy and climate action plan review form, signed by Dana and approved by Dana. Yes, we're seeking your approval to purchase a 2026 Ford Maverick Hybrid 4x4 via state contract for $35,235. In our proposal, we requested pricing for EV, hybrid, and gasoline half-ton pickup truck, as well as a compact pickup truck for the same platforms. We were informed by manufacturers that they had discontinued their EV models, seeing as we were seeking to use the budget set aside to purchase an EV truck. So that's why we'd like to go with the hybrid model. And we did specifically receive a letter from one of our bids stating that they could not offer an EV truck. The two bids we did receive, one was for a 2026 Ford Maverick 4x4, hybrid for $39,989, and the other was for a 2026 F-150 hybrid crew for $53,557. So going with the state contract was definitely the better option for us. We reached out to a vendor. Oh, yeah. As you can see in the memo, we reached out to a vendor on the contract for state of Vermont, McGee Ford, and received the price that I mentioned before, $35,235 for the 2026 Ford Maverick. With your approval, we will place the order for the new water department Ford Maverick hybrid truck from McGee Ford through the state Vermont bid, and have it in roughly 12 weeks. Our budgetary amount for this expenditure is $60,000 in account 50 and $45,000 in account 55.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Yes,
So
John?
that's obviously much more than we need to purchase this truck. Matthew, do you have a preference as to which of those two GL codes we use for the purchase?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Okay, so that's something you can maybe decide with Todd?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can get that done, and it's, the good news is we've budgeted way more than we'll need for this purchase, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, any questions for Matthew about this purchase? Okay, then I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Mary?
I move that the Hartford Select Board approve the purchase of a 2026 Ford Maverick Hybrid 4x4 via state contract for $35,235. And do I need to recount the GL code?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I mean, I know that in the past, we've tried to identify that, but
right,
I don't think it matters in this case.
right.
Well, I don't think it has to be part of the motion, but I think it's great that it's
Yeah.
a memo, yes. Eric?
Can I make a friendly amendment to and have the town manager sign any necessary documentation or something, words to that effect? You need those words, yes?
Yeah.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ashley, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstain?
Thank you, Matthew.
you,
Okay, thanks so
Matthew.
much, Matthew.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for the late hour. Appreciate you being here.
No worries at all. Have a good
All
night.
right, have a good night. Okay, next item is review and consider approval of town fees and charges.
Yes, this is an exercise the town goes through each year about this time. Doesn't have to be this time, it just traditionally has been. It's an opportunity for the staff to advocate for any changes to the fees and charges that they make to support the programming and services that they provide. This year, it's a very modest set of changes. In fact, I think the main changes are dispatch fees that we charge to member towns for the service provided by our dispatchers to, again, other communities in the area, and some modest ice time fees from the Parks and Rec Department, and a clarification about the amount of rent that we collect from the Bugby Senior Center folks at the Center for Aging for their annual use of the town building.
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions or comments about this item? Tim?
I just wanted kind of chime in. Eric was bringing up a point around the, our transfer station operations, and I kind of concur that, we gotta, I really hope by the next budget cycle, we have a little more, and maybe this ends up being honestly like a special committee work, which I think is likely that we would go that route, but the idea is to really get a much broader, deeper understanding about that facility and how it operates and cost and what the general landscape looks like at large around solid waste and the operation of that facility. Because as he's pointed out, I think the expectation is that's not necessarily a complete break even year to year, but certainly not a significant loss operation. So, I would like to, and I appreciate Todd's feedback that he gave us, but I would really like us to kind of maybe we can accelerate the study and the work around that, just given that $118,000 shortfall.
I do think that he has offered a couple of bits of hope on the horizon. So far, so good with our discussions on the state on doing the much more economical disposition of the C and D. And we're hopeful that we might end up saving some funds by going in with the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District on household hazardous waste. So I think those are good starting points, and you're right, we do have several more months to prepare for discussions of that enterprise fund at budget time.
Thanks, Tim. Any other comments or questions? And I can take a motion.
Ida?
Yes.
Oh, well, are we, so actually, question. Are we approving the individual changes, or are we just approving the overall updated fee schedule?
What we've done is we've tried to highlight the three areas that I mentioned earlier. And so a motion to approve the entire slate of fees and charges, I think would be appropriate. You're just, in most other cases, you're simply acknowledging that there are no changes from year to year.
Right. I think it does say, move that the proposed FY 2027 fee schedule be adopted by the select board and implemented by staff with any new rates becoming effective on July 1, 2020.
Yeah, there's just also motions on the individual items, so I just wanted to see if, yeah, I needed to do all of them. Okay, so I move that the proposed FY 2027 fee schedule be adopted by the select board and implemented by staff with any new rates becoming effective on July 1st, 2026.
I'll second.
Second from Tim. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay,
Very
excellent.
good. And I think going forward, you should expect that staff presenting budgets, that is the department heads, will understand that they'll be wanting to be prepared for questions about fees and charges as part of the budget process. Makes sense. And staff agrees that that makes sense.
Okay, great. Okay, next is appoint a delegate of a VLCT special meeting to a special meeting of VLCT. Hopefully this is you, John.
I thought we missed one, which was the CIP.
Oh, sorry.
Capital improvement.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry.
That's
Okay.
all right.
Yep, okay.
Um,
Capital improvement plan.
I'll just
committee.
briefly highlight the fact that, as you know, we've hired a consultant, our new best friend, Alex Torpy, to work with the town as our consultant from Rethink Local to help the town make a more integrated and robust capital improvement plan for use as a tool by the select board in budget cycles to come. And we know that their work is ongoing. Each of the department heads is meeting one-on-one with Alex and Yoshi to discuss their capital needs. The resulting product will be an elaborate spreadsheet or the equivalent in which these capital needs are all collected into one location and prioritized with inputs from the public and the select board. But I think the impetus is that with respect to future years, the town will want to be able to manage and update the capital improvement plan that we receive. And to do that, it is incumbent on the town to identify a committee who will work together to take that plan, make it their own, and be able to update it annually in-house. And that's really the purpose of drafting a charge which would guide the work of a CIPC, Capital Improvement Plan Committee.
Thank you, John. Questions about this?
So full disclosure, I haven't read in detail. I just, one of the initial questions I have in my mind is that in the interest of continuity, because obviously select boards change and hopefully staff doesn't as much, that there would be you know, a level of participation or engagement, like perhaps with like director of finance, like, you know what I mean? Like the committee
Yes.
should be made up of, you know, a blend of, you know, select board and then staff.
And I think we have identified the ones that will be probably most affected by a capital improvement plan as participants and committee members.
Yeah.
And this is based on some good research that we've done around the state of Vermont as to other communities with CIPCs, and also with input from Alex, our consultant, and the town of Hanover that has its own CIPC.
Yeah, I actually did just pick this up. I
Okay.
apologize. I
That's
see
fine.
that.
And it's exclusively staff, right?
It's as, I believe so for now, but I think there's an understanding that the select board might want to discuss opening up the committee to additional members, perhaps members of the public. Yeah, I think that was the understanding, Eric, that the board might want to consider expanding the membership in the future.
Yes, Eric.
It's not exclusively staff. There's a member of the select board and a member of the planning commission appointed.
Okay, I do, yeah. I, for some reason, until you said the word, I didn't see that in the paragraph. I did
Right.
see planning commission, okay,
Right.
okay,
And as
sorry.
John says, maybe members of the public with relevant expertise.
Awesome, okay,
nice.
thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
If I may, thank you. I'm a little confused because I seem to have like lots of different versions of today's agenda packet.
Okay,
And the one I thought I downloaded most recently has like an older version. So when we get around to a motion, are we making a motion on an amended or?
well, we haven't adopted anything, so there's no need to amend anything. But if you're talking about which version, I think that the packet was updated to account for the input that you had, Eric, in terms of several changes that I did agree to make and was under the expectation that they had been made and posted.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at, I thought I had the latest and it doesn't have all of those changes in it, so.
Okay, the intent certainly was to honor your request.
Right, and you responded as such in email. which,
Yeah.
So I just may have the wrong version here.
Okay. I think maybe we could phrase the motion if the board wants to make a motion that it's understood that the most recent motion, which factors in input from Eric Kraus, is the operative one.
Yeah.
And that we will make sure that that's updated if necessary on the website.
Does that work? Does that work?
Works for me, as long as you all know what changes are,
Yeah, and that was all in people's emails these last couple of days. Eric's comments and my agreement to make those changes.
Yeah, so long as it's just that one, there was one email with an attachment response to all of the grouping of comments.
Yeah.
That's
Comfortable
right,
with that?
that's right.
Okay, we ready for a motion? Ashley?
Sure, I move that the town select board approve and adopt the proposed charge for the capital improvement plan committee, including the additions or edits provided by Eric Kraus in the email exchange regarding the topic.
I'll second.
Thank you. Second from Tim. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstained?
Thank you for all your work on that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you to Eric, and I think it's a good idea to have the capability of taking an expensive product and managing it ourselves going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Eric?
Okay. Do we have to do anything with, in terms of forming the CIPC, or are we postponing that? I still don't understand the timeline from the consultant's standpoint.
Nor do I. I have asked again and have been promised an answer. I know that, Eric, you had felt this was like one part of a two-step process. First, let's develop the charge, and then let's do the next item on the list. So I would hope that we can have further discussion in a meeting soon.
Will do. Okay. Are we good to move on? Okay. Next one is to appoint a town official as a voting delegate to the special meeting of VLCT.
Yeah, I think the memo probably speaks for itself. They just want to do some reorganization so that they can perhaps offer towns a more economical health insurance product. And they need each town to designate a delegate to participate in their discussion.
Great, and I think you had said that you'd be willing?
Happy to, yeah.
John's willing.
You were-
Any discussion?
Do you require a select board member, or is John just gonna be our spokesperson for that?
No, it doesn't have to be a select board member. It can be anybody you
Just says
designate.
select board appoint to,
Oh,
and that's it.
Cool. You-
Okay, Ashley?
Yeah, I just comment that I was excited to see this memo, and while, you know, it's short of the kinds of reforms that we need in healthcare in this country, I think it's great that VLCT is trying to help municipalities kind of manage the burden of healthcare costs that our taxpayers are contributing. So it's just a good initiative, and I'm happy to have John represent us in that meeting.
And I'll make a motion.
Okay, Mary?
If everybody's ready. Okay. I move that the town select board appoint John Haverstock, our current town manager, to serve as the town's delegate to participate at the VLCT special meeting of Monday, June 22nd.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Tim. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstain? Okay,
Congratulations, John.
thank you, John.
Congratulations.
Thank you for the honor.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to do you all proud.
Yes.
I'm sure you will.
Okay, and JD, thank you for your patience, and for being here to present to us the proposed town staff social media policy.
Yes, I'll just introduce myself. I'm JD Hawks. I'm the communications and media specialist for the town. Been in the role for almost 2 years. I'll give you some of my background. Before this job, I was in TV news, and my degree is in journalism. So that's where some of my expertise is coming from, and what I applied to this. So basically, we'll start with the social media policy. The town does not have a town-wide one, which, in this day and age when social media is so prevalent in everyday life, it's very important. And that's something I do every day in my job. I'm constantly posting things and working with other departments to help post things. And so us all being on the same page, I think, is very important, and having everything kind of laid out and documented, so everybody is following the same procedure, is important. So we've kind of been operating under the same sort of, guidelines that I put into here, but now it's on paper. Simple things like that it's not a traditional public forum, it is a limited forum that is basically geared towards us disseminating information. We're not opening dialogue. That is not the way to get in touch with the town. So this obviously this includes the police department, fire department, Parks and Rec, the town's page. And the pool has one, the ice rink has one. There's a list on the website, but it includes all the platforms that we have social media on, and it also includes the creation of future social media accounts and the permissions that need to be in place before that is possible. So that's the 1,000-foot view. I don't know, I would like to talk about kind of it's in the personnel policy. So basically, what I need select board approval for is to amend the personnel policy. So the way that works is I am presenting this to you today, and then I give you a sample motion. But the way that it works is that I have to post for all town staff 10 days, a chance to review the policies and have any critiques or raise any issues that they would have with it. And then after that, I would come back to you and we would approve it and approve the, to amend the personnel policy.
I had a question about, when you say it's kind of somewhat incorporated in the personnel policy, we would expect that all employees effectively read and acknowledge and sign off on these policies, so they're aware of them and know them. That is to say, that if it's effectively incorporated in a staff handbook, if you will, you know, most places I have worked, they really suggest that staff basically acknowledge, yep, this is our new policy, and arguably sign off that they're aware of it and adhere to it.
Yeah, I think that's the 10 days. I think that through that time, if somebody has any problem with it, they would raise it, and that by the 10 days lapsing, that is everybody in agreement.
But you're also right on the onboarding process. You're asked to sign that you've received and acknowledge receipt of the personnel policy.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna kind of caution, like, we had a situation where it was like, oh, well, you're already here, you know everything, and it's probably better practice to make sure that it's consistent and all staff has indeed signed it, whether they've been here 20 years or 2 days. So it's my HR hat going on with that, just that we make, cover the town in the sense that if they violate a policy in a really bad manner and they're not aware of it, they could deny, and then it would be a kind of a mess, as opposed to like making sure that everybody is aware of these policies. That's all.
We have Paula on staff for a couple more days. We'll ask her about the proper rollout, right?
Yeah, Mary. JD, so we are in step 1, proposed changes are introduced during a public select board meeting.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was where we were.
Yes. So to Tim's point, it is laid out in the personnel policy, how to amend the personnel policy. And that is what I'm presenting to you.
Right, okay. So we're not
Okay, so we're not actually
making a
adopting
motion.
we're not making a motion tonight.
Right.
So the motion that you would make is to allow me to post it for staff to view. And then I would come back to you and say, do you approve this policy? Is
Okay.
essentially what we're doing.
Okay, so the motion would be, someone moves to, direct this, do we have
Yeah,
it?
there's a couple. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's
it's through.
on a piece of paper. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Not, someone can make this motion, the second one on the piece of paper, we're
Right.
talking about the
No, go
social
ahead.
media policy. Okay, Mary?
Okay, I move that the town of Hartford general personnel policy be amended to add the social media policy as presented to the select board, with such amendment being posted as required and considered for adoption at the next regular select board meeting.
Is there a second?
A second.
Ashley, second. Any other discussion?
Briefly, so with this 10-day period, if you do indeed get like feedback from staff or concerns or so on, would you typically consider those or incorporate those or make a modification if suitable, or is it generally more like, thanks for sharing, but we're sticking with what I wrote?
I've never done this before.
We're committed to open minds. We want to hear the feedback.
Yeah.
And we don't expect that we'll see an awful lot, but if something causes pause, right?
Yeah.
We'll reevaluate. There's no urgency to adopting this new policy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric?
Thank you. Just to clarify, you're coming back to us after the 10 days for the approval of the policy.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, thank you, JD. I think we're gonna go to the next one, which is the communication policy.
Yes. So this is the broader communications policy that, encompasses social media, while also just everything else. So the website, which is our primary, communication tool, everything else, the listserv, newspapers, the newsletter, press releases, everything else, is encompassed under this, so that's kind of, it's a little bit more broad and, is kind of geared towards, filling in the cracks that obviously we don't do everything over social media, so. Yeah, that's basically it. It's not too long of a document if you want to peruse it.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody have comments or questions about this policy that they want to bring up to JD? Eric?
Thanks, JD. I think this looks pretty good. I still, however, have questions about the Hartford News and how that is compiled. I don't think this document is clear enough about how information gets into it and what is eligible for inclusion. And this goes back to the recent past, some questions that were raised around it. And so I think, you know, I don't have any concerns about the rest of the document, but I think this particular point is continues to read a little bit. It lacks clarity, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. I could add a little more clarification. I think I didn't want to get too specific because this is the way that I do it in my role as the communications and media specialist. If somebody were to come after me, they might choose to do it differently. So to be honest with you, I wasn't even going to include it as part of the policy because it was going to be just encompass and everything else. The main purpose is that I'm going to include things that are in the significant activity report and then work backwards. If we would like to put in, you know, that it need to be town only. However, we've made exceptions in the past, so then that gets dicey. We don't make many exceptions, so I just didn't want to get too in the weeds.
I think that's the point of contention, was that how come this got in but that didn't? How come my thing didn't get in but something else? Yeah. And so it seems this is the place to clarify that if we're going to clarify it.
I will say the exceptions have been the libraries, you know, and that's a weird place in our town. Yeah. So that's about as far as from the town only exception that we've gone. So boards, committees, internal communications, and the libraries is as far as.
I think that could be reasonable to document as the policy, if you want that to be the policy, that it's town affiliated town organizations and town libraries.
But then, like, what if the cemetery has something they want to go on?
We did have a request, I think, from the school that was having trouble with their sign.
Yeah.
Their signs hasn't been working for a year.
Right,
yeah, that's
right.
true. And we said that we would be okay with that.
Yeah. Like for critical communications, not for everyday communications.
Yeah, that's outside of the Hartford News. That's outside of this specific.
That's the electronic bulletin board, yeah, sorry.
So, yeah, I can include that for before I present it to you, present it to staff, and then I'll.
What about this notion that any exception to these rules must be approved by the town manager? It takes it up a rung in terms of responsibility, so that our CMS isn't making or attempted to make too many exceptions.
What thoughts on that idea?
I mean, I would ask, like, because it doesn't, as it reads right now, even say that any exceptions are up to the CMS, which would be satisfactory to me. Just that it does outline that there may in fact be exceptions, and that it is to the discretion of the communication specialist to decide if that's an appropriate use.
But I can see the desire to restrain that.
Yeah,
by saying, you know, on a finding of a compelling reason to make an exception, the CMS may use its discretion to make a case-by-case basis.
Can we give an example of A, when this has happened historically, and B, like, I'm losing us on, like
There was
you
like a
mentioned.
survey that some entity wanted to put out, and they
Yes.
wanted it put out through town channels, and
This
it
was
wasn't
the
a
lending
town-
library idea.
Right. The idea
Which
for the lending
ultimately-
library that wasn't officially coming from a commission yet, but it was sort of born out of some members' ideas.
Yes.
So it was like a resident's idea of something they wanted to disseminate through town channels, and it was outside the town business. So that's the example. I like John's suggestion to have something about the exceptions must be approved by the town manager, just to take some of the weight of responsibility off the person in the CMS role.
And to let people know these are rare.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable strategy. I didn't know whether the libraries, you feel like they have, that we're giving them sort of a license or a greater autonomy in terms of content or something like that, like you mentioned libraries, I don't know anything like that.
No, they're just an exception.
There just would be an exception to
Yeah.
what's laid out here, yeah.
One is town-owned, the rest of them are heavily funded by the town.
Yeah.
Well, and like, yeah, I guess Bugby would be outside of that.
Yeah, we don't do,
Right.
we don't do anything with Bugby.
But if they had some specific thing in the future regarding like we're doing a project there and there's gonna be, but that would fall in the committee category. Yeah, I don't know, I can just think of so many things that
Right.
could be exceptions but are so ingrained with town business that I'm like, I don't wanna limit it to.
But that wouldn't be an exception. If it's town business, we will do something.
Right, yeah, that-
So
yeah,
it's the line, it's, you know, we've done a pretty good job of keeping the line, and so, yeah.
I guess we would just ask JD to the extent that he modifies the language to highlight that for our next meeting, before you are asked to vote on it.
Okay, Ashley? Eric, does that kind of relinquish some of your concerns about that with the town manager being the verifying person and an exception, right? That's the language you're talking about adding?
Thanks, Ashley. I would think that good policy attempts to identify all of the options and limit the number of exceptions. And what I thought I heard was a whole laundry list of exceptions that are sort of being pushed to sort of this exception category, which is not good policy, I think, generally speaking. But so take that feedback, and we look forward to revisiting this. But you know, I don't want to make it overly complex.
Yeah.
But you know, I think that's just philosophically speaking. Like, I think you try to not have just this broad category of other or exceptions.
I think I understand your point, which is to reinforce that these are the legitimate uses of communications tools at our disposal, period. And any request for exceptions are to be granted only in exceptional circumstances and by the town manager. Some kind of combination of things, but which we'll work on when we have better sleep.
I mean, the other argument that Eric touches on is no exceptions.
And that's my point, is there really hasn't been. So we're not over here being willy-nilly. We're being really intentional about town-only messaging. You'll see the newsletter that comes out tomorrow. It's long, you know, and that's just town-only stuff. So, you know, we're not giving out exceptions, all, you know, willy-nilly. So, yeah.
Mary?
Just a quick question. How do you monitor these things? Is it gonna be you, or is it gonna be IT,
So
or both?
So it's IT, not necessarily. Primarily me, and then if somebody notices something and brings it to our attention, it's kind of spelled in there that, you know, department heads,
Right.
and then you
I
know.
just wonder if it's gonna be overwhelming.
Are you talking about the social media policy?
Well, either of those.
I'm doing now. I'm not
Okay.
overwhelmed currently.
Okay. Okay,
'cause
that's great.
A lot of it, to be honest with you, a lot of it does funnel through me. Like
Okay.
99% of the website, social media. You know, I have eyes on it before it's even, you know,
Okay.
online. So.
Okay.
Okay. Ashley? I just want to say that I am really happy with and impressed with this, and I know that it's our social media policy has been something that's come up as a question by residents, and so yeah, thank you for doing this, and I think it's really well done, and I think it's going to be good for residents and staff to just have some clarity around those communications. So thanks for your work.
Yes, thank you.
Great, we're ready, we can take a motion. It's on this piece of paper.
I make a motion that the Town of Hartford General Personnel Policy be amended to add the Communications Policy as presented to the Select Board, with such amendment being posted as required and considered for adoption at the next regular Select Board meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Second from Mary, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, Great, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
JD.
Thanks, JD.
Appreciate it. We'll put you at 6 o'clock next time.
Sounds great.
You gotta work your way up to those action items.
Yeah.
Next in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
This is just a hazing little test. See if you're really committed to the program.
Okay, our final discussion item is related to affordability focused requests and proposed special select board meeting. This is submitted by Eric. Eric, I'll look to you to update us on this memo, which we discussed last time, and we're returning to for part 2.
Great, thank you. This is substantially the same memo as earlier. The main changes are in the discussion section, which I rewrote to expand and include the select board, some suggested select board actions, including addressing affordability within the annual budget guidance memo, and any programs and policies that we might form around housing, food, and transportation, for example. And I further included some examples to around energy and housing, just to sort of prime the pump, so to speak. This is really an invitation both for proposals, but also more broadly for, it starts off with brainstorming. So these are simply examples, and I don't know where this can go, but I have concerns, and I think we all should have concerns that current conflict in the Middle East is increasingly making cost of living challenging, and there's really no resolution on the horizon. Could come 2 days from now. It could come in a while, and even when it does come, the estimates are that to get things back to quote unquote normal, which will never really truly happen, but a fairly normal state is in months, and in some cases years for some types of commodities. So as a town, we need to sort of think about the impacts for us. Worst case scenario is that this conflict is resolved and this state of normalcy is achieved long before we expected, and we've taken some actions that make life a little easier for some perhaps moderate and low income households in the town of Hartford. Not a bad thing, really, I would say. So with that, I'll just turn it over to the board and try to answer any questions you have. But really, this is multi-part. It's one about what can the select board do, and then two, the select board potentially making some requests to advisory bodies. And I note that in the most recent draft agenda from the Energy Commission, they're already leaning in, which I think is fantastic. They're anticipating, perhaps, in their meeting on the 12th, that we are going to direct them to or ask them, request of them some proposals. So they think they already have this on the agenda, so that's great. And then I suggest Resilient Hartford and thank you. But I leave it open to the board because I think, again, back to brainstorming, like maybe there are other committees and commissions that could help add to the solutions, and we might invite them as well.
Thanks, Eric.
When you first brought this forward, the last select board meeting, I'd done a lot of thinking about this. I'm of the opinion that the committees that we have, since I've been here for 5 years, have always been concerned about affordability and have done what they could do best during that time. And I also think that we've been, as a board, we've been very cognizant of what we can and what we can't accomplish during budget season. And I think our last budget season showed that we did a pretty amazing job with what we had to work with. My concern is that I think the affordability issue is really pretty much out of our hands, because I think it's, everything that you're saying is all about markets and what's going on. I mean, the areas that you talk about are the ones that I would say, I totally agree with you. It's fuel, it's food, and they're all interconnected, and it's housing. But I think a lot of the change to make things more affordable has to come from corporations, has to come from landlords, have to come from even, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you, but I was thinking, okay, the co-op used to do you got a percentage down on certain days. Now it's different, but it's less than it used to be. There is so much that can be done, but I don't think this select board can do it. And I think it's really, it's great as a theme that we need to keep in mind, but I don't think we need a special meeting. I don't think we need to ask Housing and Homeless and Resilient Hartford to do even more work, because I think they're already doing that. And energy, they've obviously already been stepping up. I'm going to give you an example of some things. I heard the other day that I'm not saying this is even in Vermont, but in some places where they've been building housing, they've gotten to the point where they're saying, a lot of landlords are saying, okay, now that we have more housing, in order to get people more to look at my housing, I'm gonna offer them the first month's rent off. That's a market issue. I'm gonna tell you a story, and I'm not doing this to pat myself on the back and say I'm a hero, but at one point in time, I moved down to Connecticut for 2 years for a different teaching job. And my neighbor, who was a realtor, came to me and said, okay, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,000 square feet of space. You can rent out your place for $2,000 a month, Mary. And I had a guy who wanted to move in for that time. He was going through a divorce. And I thought, I don't need $2,000 a month. Sure, and maybe I'm not a good business person. I'll totally admit that. But I said, no, I'm only gonna charge him so much money. It was $1,500. And I could have gotten more, but I thought, it has to start with all of us, starting to change things, starting to say what's valuable, what's important. But I don't think that, it's up to the select board to do this. I think restaurants could have smaller meals at smaller prices. It's not, no, you're not gonna make that much of a profit, but that's where we have some problems in this country, is everybody wants to make so much money above and beyond. And, people, it's just really hard. It's hard for me to see this and know how hard we work in all our committees, at the select board during budget time. We're very much aware of the affordability issue. If you want to have a time when people can talk about affordability, that's fine, but I think we all know that. Everybody is tightening their belt, even, all of us are, I'm only going for discounted things when I go to the grocery store. And I can afford probably to keep my budget better, but I think it's kind of us trying to micromanage everybody, and I think it's better for us to just acknowledge it and say, we're gonna be careful, which we were this last year about our own budget, but we can't dictate what everybody does or ask them to do more than they're doing, other than us all as individuals. And I mean, everybody in the town. We do have landlords who could lower their prices. We do have, all kinds of ways of trying to do different things, but I don't think this is a select board issue.
Okay, thank you, Mary. That's a perspective. Ashley?
Yeah, I have a very different perspective. I think that policymakers are largely responsible for looking at ways to address affordability. I think that's kind of the first line of defense in a free market system where businesses are encouraged and required to make a profit. It's up to policymakers to either rein in those businesses or to come up with other kinds of programs and initiatives to offset the cost of living for their constituents that they're elected to represent. So I think this is an awesome initiative. I think as the liaison to both Resilient Hartford and Housing and Homelessness, I think there will likely be interest from both of those committees to kind of take up this charge. And I think they're both really, you know, as Mary said, certainly minding the topic of affordability, but are also looking, I think, for opportunities to be like empowered and encouraged on some different initiatives. I like the ideas that you laid out, Eric, regarding some of the different things that could look like, and I think it will lead to a lot of brainstorming on those committees. I don't see it as dictating what committees do. I see it as empowering them to tackle something that they're all there to tackle, and supporting them in doing so. So yeah, as liaison to those two committees, I'm totally happy to talk with them about this proposal. My only concern is the timeline of it. If the committee, let me see, where we were talking about shifting the committee updates so that to the special meeting, which would be in August, right? That really gives, let's see,
11th or the 25th, if you want to do it on an off Tuesday.
right, which I think if we went with the 25th would give more time, but really that's only one, maybe two committee meetings. So my only concern is just that the timeline will be rushed. Is there any flexibility with that, or is there other factors that are making August the ideal time? Eric?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a little arbitrary. It's sort of like we had these 3 commission updates in a row. And so, you know, I looked at the calendar and just sort of figured pull one forward and pull one back. But yeah, there's an arbitrariness to the time frame, and I do agree that it could be challenging to generate, you know, in one meeting perhaps generate ideas, in a subsequent meeting or in between do some research, in subsequent meetings sort of start to sift through those and prioritize them, and then you know, spend some time assessing the feasibility and so on. Like there's a process, and it's a multi-step process, and so that timeline could be very challenging. So yeah, I don't think there's any magic to the time frame. I do think that well, who knows what will happen with heating oil and things like that. And so that's sort of in the back of my mind. I mean, obviously food prices as harvest season comes to a close, sort of, you know, there is some sense of urgency just from the cost of things, but it's impossible to predict. And secondly, I'm not sure how much effect we will have in really short-term immediate things, unless, you know, there's really a genuine crisis. I think maybe this allows us, we should allow ourselves some opportunity to look out a little further, and so I would have no qualms about shifting that date.
Okay, Tim.
I appreciate your work on this. I think that one of the things that I've been wrestling with a lot in terms of the town's work is that we do have a lot of these committees, and we have limited resources, and the people's work is well intentioned, but what happens sometimes, I feel like, with organizations is they create these committees and this committee and this committee, and realistically there is certainly crossover and synergy there, and yet it becomes kind of siloed and ineffective over time. And so I'm intrigued by the idea that taking your theme of affordability and trying to stitch together like a different overlay as a town on what work we want to get done, how we get it done, and who's doing that work would be a worthwhile exercise. Because I'll give you one example for me that I've wrestled with. So when you go to these abatement hearings, for example, and you see like, you know, the incredible struggles and poverty that's out there, like people are really struggling to like pay their bills and make stuff work. And so I say to myself, well, why can't we as a town modify some of our housing policies and our tax policies to alleviate some of these like really severe problems at the bottom, that people that are struggling that much. And I think we could do it, but I think we have to like, you know, have those discussions. So maybe it becomes more like a broader discussion about just overall vitality in the community and affordability, and maybe a rethinking of who's doing what work, right, for year to year. Because I love some of your ideas here. I would, you know, debate some of the points of origin, because I think regardless of, you know, the current situation with Iran and the wars or whatever, like we've had this stuff for a while. We've had these problems for a while. Affordability in Vermont and poverty and so on. So I think that I'm intrigued by the idea of like, you know, kind of stitching in a little bit with what Mary said, that, you know, as a town, what can we do? What can we tweak in our policy and how we do taxation and how we handle situations? I mean, arguably, you know, when I worked at Listen, we had like basically a heating fund, and people would come to us in desperate situations. We'd write the check to help them out through the winter. So could the town do some type of, you know, poverty fund that could be accessed with like scrutiny? You know, things like that I think, but you need the time to think about it and work on it. And I just feel like we're so fragmented and resource depleted right now that I would like to see a little more, maybe a merger and acquisition kind of thing, that we take committees in different groups and say, how about we just create like a community vitality group, and we do some real deep dive policy stuff and think about what we could do differently. So that's some of my thoughts.
Yeah, so I want to keep us focused on the motions that we're going to be voting on, but yeah, if there's another comment that's related to help us make that decision, then please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I'm trying to look, is it called the Small Business or just the Business Revolving Loan Fund?
Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund.
Okay, so I just had the question if we wanted to pull that committee into this conversation. I'm not sure who the liaison is. Is that you, Tim?
Am I the liaison for that committee? That's really embarrassing that I didn't know
It
that.
shows how rarely they meet.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to have them at that meeting, whether or not they are there with a proposal or some ideas, or if they're just there to listen and brainstorm. Like, you know, talking about like maybe restaurants could charge less. Like most of the restaurant owners that I know in Hartford are really struggling to get by, and they're gonna be hit incredibly hard by the fuel price increases, because, you know, fuel cost as a business versus an individual is an even larger portion of your overhead. So I'm guessing that there will be businesses who could benefit from opportunities that the town might have to offer.
But this is a good start, right? I
Okay.
mean, we should be able to do this. I mean, there's no harm in what you're proposing.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, we heard a strong view from Mary, and it makes me think that we may not reach consensus on this topic this evening, especially at this late hour. So yeah. A view from Mary, and then other points I've heard are that this seems reasonable to move forward. Shifting, I agree definitely with the suggestion to shift this to September, and to include the Harvard Business Revolving Loan Fund as another commission that we invite into this process.
Tim, are you okay with taking lead on inviting them either?
I probably should, considering I'm supposed to be the liaison.
Yeah, so
It
that
seems like
would be the
appropriate.
next step in part 2, that the liaisons direct these commissions. I did mention this idea at the last Energy Commission meeting, and there was at least 2 members that said they were interested in working on it, so they've been primed a little bit.
Eric, can I ask you, like, are you thinking that when they do their presentations, that you're asking them, I don't want to say to do a tilt, but you're suggesting that, you know, you want them to sort of like lean into this topic a little bit in their, because they would do perhaps a typical presentation of what we've been working on kind of thing. But are you asking for more of trying to get a common theme here where they, you know, touch on that topic of affordability within their presentation?
Absolutely. We're, the proposal here is to request proposals from them that address affordability, and possibly as joint efforts. So when you spoke earlier about sort of this community vitality or coming together, that's one possibility, is that multiple committees or commissions work collaboratively. And the barriers or the silo thing doesn't have to be, right? We're focused on a theme or a problem. So yeah, it's I think it says somewhere in here to have the select board liaisons communicate the request for proposals to the respective chairs of the committees and commissions, right? So, and the underlined section is a request, is the, that they use the update as an opportunity to present 2 or 3 project proposals that maybe, could be joint proposals as well. So that's the purpose of sort of grouping everybody together in 1 month, is, for that potential opportunity.
Okay, I think at this point I would love to move forward with a vote if folks feel ready for this. I think if there's further clarifications about how this is gonna work, we can follow up with Eric individually or return to it if needed in a meeting.
Okay.
And I think there's some minor changes to part 1 to have this happen in September rather than August, and to part 2 to include the Harvard Business Revolving Loan Fund. Anyone is comfortable with those changes and are willing to make a motion, that would be wonderful.
I'll take on the first motion.
Okay.
I
You
move,
could just do it all, if you could do both, that'd be great.
okay. I make a motion that the select board shift the Resilient Hartford update from July to August.
To September. We're saying
Sorry.
We're replacing August with September.
Okay. And shift the Energy Commission update from September
No
to
need,
September.
no need to shift.
No shift.
No shift required.
Yeah, yep.
God, I'm doing a great job with this.
Yeah.
To combine updates from these bodies with the update from the Committee on Housing and Homelessness into a special select board meeting focused on addressing affordability.
In September, friendly amendment, that the Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund will also be invited to participate in.
Thank you.
Sorry, second. That the Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting be shifted from August to September, I think, as well, because we've done a shift now.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Tim.
Why don't you just say that all these,
Right.
to replace the existing update schedule with a special meeting for these 4 committees in September.
So these are not updates to the select board during the regular select board meeting. It's a standalone special select board meeting in September. Got it,
That's the idea, yeah.
got it.
Okay. Do you want me to?
Do you accept those
friendly
friendly
amendments? The friendly amendment,
I liked your distilled,
Okay, so yeah, I don't mind just making the motion now that
Or you can-
I thought I
or
wasn't
you can-
allowed to,
You can
but,
read the text and then someone can say so moved, so if you don't feel comfortable making the motion,
oh, okay.
right?
Okay, so what I would,
Also, Tim should
what I would
probably withdraw
suggest,
his
I'll retract my motion.
Tim's motion is retracted, what I suggest is a motion that would say, that the select board moves to replace existing updates from Resilient Hartford, Energy Commission, Committee on Housing and Homelessness, and Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund with a joint update from those 4 committees that will be scheduled for September. And that the select board direct its liaisons to the Energy Commission, Committee on Housing and Homelessness, Resilient Hartford, and Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund to communicate this request for proposals to the chairs of each committee respectively immediately or very soon.
I'll second that motion.
Well, so moved.
Ashley so moved, so the motion's made by Ashley. Tim seconds. Any further discussion on this decision?
I have a discussion item to ask if I should do a friendly amendment. In the language, we didn't include the word affordability. We didn't include the affordability piece.
Oh.
So just friendly amendment that in that special meeting, it will be focused on addressing affordability. And I accept that amendment from myself.
Yeah. Okay, Ashley made the amendment to her motion. Tim, do you second the amendment?
Boy, these Robert's
friendly
rules are
amendment?
going
Yeah.
smooth tonight.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
second.
okay, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstain? Okay, that motion passes 5-1 and 1 absent.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Eric.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Eric.
And thanks everyone for their feedback. Okay, commission reports. I will go ahead and start with you, Ashley. Do you have any reports?
Not this week.
Okay. Anything, Tim?
Very brief, Historic Commission is working on updating their Veterans Park kiosk and some other updates to signs and content and so on, so they've been working away at that.
Thank you. Yeah, Ashley.
Can I actually, this was not in a committee meeting, but I do want to give recognition to the Committee on Housing and Homelessness that they came out and did a build day with Habitat for Humanity last week. They built a deck for a home in White River Junction as a committee, so that was pretty cool.
Awesome. Okay, Eric, any reports?
I do have a report from the Conservation Commission. At their June 1 meeting, the Conservation Commission reviewed nominations for the Conservative of the Year Award. This is for someone who acts to protect wildlife, habitat, or watersheds, that works to increase conservation awareness and education about the natural world, and generally advances the Conservation Commission's mission to protecting Hartford's natural resources. The award presentation for this year's finalists will be conducted during the HCC block party, so stay tuned. I'm not going to tell you who it is. The Conservation Commission held a well-attended trail work day on Saturday, June 6th at the Town Forest, which it does annually in collaboration with the Upper Valley Mountain Bike Association. A new bridge was constructed, another one was repaired or improved, and trail markings and other routine maintenance was completed. And it was a pretty swell event. Lastly, during its June 1 meeting, the Conservation Commission began preliminary discussions about the rights of nature for the Ottaquechee River. A group of citizens has approached the 5 towns along the river about adopting an ordinance to protect the water quality of the river. This would strengthen protections beyond what the Federal Clean Water Act offers, which are fairly minimal at this point. The Commission has not yet decided whether it wants to take this project on, but it's continuing to do some research and discuss the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Mary, anything from you?
Yeah, Design Review Committee, they met on the 28th of May. There was a proposal by Tucker Box to apply to Design Review to install a new awning in front of Tucker Box. Originally, the request was for 3 awnings, but it was too expensive. It was over $50K, so they opted for 1 awning to the right of the Briggs Opera House entrance. And they've been having umbrellas, but when they get microbursts of wind, it's pretty dangerous. So other buildings on the street have awnings, and these awnings have a sensor that will automatically close the awning in high winds, and they will only operate during business hours as a maximum and will be retracted otherwise, so that it doesn't hide it's a little awning of its own for Briggs Opera House and advertising for Shaker Bridge. So and the vote took into consideration the continuing friendly conversation with David Briggs.
Thank you. Mike, any updates?
No updates.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, we appreciate anybody who has updates to get them to us in written form, as our friend Eric Kraus has done just moments ago.
Yes, and I'll just add that the Energy Commission, several members attended a regional energy meetup last week, which was at the Fireside Inn, and it was a well-attended event, coordinated by Vital Communities, among other organizations, and we heard a presentation about heat pump installation, and then there were several small table discussions on topics like legislation related to deck solar, I forget what it's called, like smaller solar panels that can be placed on a deck, and affordability was actually one topic that was discussed at a smaller discussion too. For energy, there was another term for it. It was like energy burden. No, it was like, yeah, something related to Okay. All right, great. Next is our consent agenda. Someone like to move the consent agenda?
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
I move that the select board approve payroll ending 6/6/2026, approve AP manifest of 6/5/2026 and 6/11/2026, approve meeting minutes of 5/26/2026, and future meetings already approved 6/23/2026 and 7/7/2026.
Second.
Second from Tim. All those in favor say, oh, discussion? Oh, there's discussion on this one? Okay, discussion.
Should we include the 2 minutes, or 2 meetings that we approved earlier this evening for 6:30
Oh, yeah.
and 7:01, was it?
Yep,
Yes,
yep.
thank you.
Okay,
Can you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
okay. The amendment is to also include future meetings of June 30th and July 1st. And a second from Tim.
Will those
Okay.
be almost exclusively executive session meetings?
They will, but they're still open to the public.
No, I understand.
We have to start with
Yeah,
that, right?
okay, yeah,
I think.
good.
Thank you for catching that. That's a good point.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstained? Ooh, great. A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Eric, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.
Are adjourned.
Good night.